Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery. Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's gonna take the Manitoba Flashy Fuel with 6. One more try. Flashy Fuel is gonna hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape Quad trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go about it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 22 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Antonio Whitehall was. He won 2 on Monday, and he matched that, winning 2 again yesterday, including the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes with Mechanic Susie. Ran absolutely huge and got the win right at the wire. So right now, he is up by 5 with 24 wins. Jockey Jorge Carreño also had a win last night. He's at 19. And on the trainer side, Jerry Gorno just keeps pouring it on. He's up to 19 wins. He had a winner on the card. Jared Brown in second with 13. Tom Gardaby Jr. with 12. Stretch yesterday on the racetrack. You definitely wanted to be on the lead going around 2 turns or close. And even in all the races, nobody came from the back.
Yeah, exactly. That's the notes I had and put there. And it was especially the first 2, Monday and Tuesday, huge speed or early pace bias going 2 turns. Even if you were chasing, you were hanging around on that. So pay attention to that. Nothing's changed. We haven't had any rain out here. It's similar temperatures. And I just wanted to kind of comment on something you might want to look for at this time of year.
What's that? Bet horses that Kirt picks and doesn't pick second time?
Yeah, like you jumped.
That's always a good thing.
It's a good
twice last night.
timing is everything, Kurt. It's timing is everything. Just anyway.
Yeah. I'm getting beaten up.
Basically, other than at Kurt's horses the next time out doesn't hurt, but also horses changing. There was a couple ones that were showing speed going long and were cutting back, and you knew they weren't going to go to the lead. They were going to stalk. We had a couple of those. One was a favorite that took over, and then the long shot in the last race. And then, or even changing the running style in the second last race, the 9-horse, you help me on the name.
Grey Admiral.
Grey Admiral was rated last time, and then was
who
sent.
I thought was going to go to the lead.
Correct.
And I picked.
And then that's kind of set this horse up for the next race. So
definitely.
So really watch for that, because all horses are getting to their 4th and 5th start. So if they're not trying something new, you can't really expect an improvement. So if you're betting a horse that's always closing at 6 furlongs and you're thinking they're going to improve, no, they may certainly win the race. It might set up, but you kind of get into the angle of the insanity thing of thinking that same thing, you're betting on the same thing and thinking a different result is going to happen. Well, not usually if they've had that many starts. So watch for the sudden changes, whether it might even be blinkers or Lasix. We've had big success on the Lasix horse.
First time Lasix has been huge this year.
And some of the older horses that get it added that hadn't have improved. So just got to pay attention to those. We've got another good race card, another stake race. We've been very fortunate with the stake races so far this year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Have been absolute great finishes. Let's kick things off, Stretch, with the $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. We're at the same point here on the 2, Queen in the North.
Yeah, expect a big favorite in here. The horse certainly deserves to be. It was a really good first out over the track in the 10 non-3, and those 10 non-3s can be extremely tough. We get some allowance droppers in or invaders from various tracks. The figures, most of the figures on the past performance are better than all of the rest in here, and so it basically just has to run back to that last race. I think it's actually going to improve after it's got used to the surroundings. It's going to probably stalk and kind of take over, and but don't expect much of a price. And then let's go to the 5, just like I talked about in the intro. We've got a horse that showed speed going 7.5, now cutting back, and certainly I think that horse has a chance to improve. There's some nice races in there that the horse certainly can get second. Would have to improve a little bit to beat the 2. We've got to use that. And then the 4 is the same move. Going 2 turns. Maybe Kurt's moved this horse up a little bit because the first 2 starts of the horse being here looked really good, was kind of sitting on a win. And then the last 2 starts back wasn't as good, but runs back to those first 2. So the horse certainly can be there. The race goes through the 2, but let's go 2, 5, 4.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. This is a huge drop from the 10 to the 5. The horses that it ran against, Ensley's Dream, 1, 2 in a row. Chicago River was sitting on a win. Also kept running against the boys, but was competitive against them. Queen of the North now dropping in, has a workout recently on June the 28th, 105-1. I think it's her race to lose. I like number 4, Tapture Way. I think she overstepped her boundaries of distance last time out. She made a nice middle move in the race, and the fractions were half solid, going the half mile in 48 and change, and ended up backing up out of it to be beaten double digits as the favorite. But I think now cutting back to 5.5 furlongs, that's where this horse did really well early on, going the 5/8 and the 6 furlongs. Artisan Dancer was an easy winner, wire to wire, going the 5.5 2 outs ago, with Saturday Service winning the next time out. So I think she's second best. And number 6, Sky Tizzy, ran a great race after dropping in from the first level allowance all the way down to the 5 non-2, beat up on a field that was rather easy that day, but she did it rather impressively. She has raced against better, so she's my 3rd pick. I'm 2, 4, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Hello Handsome. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, yeah, we're going 2 turns, and as mentioned we've talked about speed holding, especially the 2 turns. I'm going to take a chance in here on a price horse.
Wow.
Yeah,
I did a lot of homework on this one. Wait, Stretch.
All
You're gonna
right.
hear a few
Okay.
things.
I can't wait. I can adjust. It's just my picks. It's not
Yeah,
my
yeah.
bets. I can have a Stretch change alert if needed.
Oh, of course you
Or
can.
2.
Or 3.
Yeah. This horse in the last 2 races looks like hasn't been showing that much speed, but has had raced against some speed balls in there. If you look back at last year, this horse was getting the lead, and I think if this horse gets loose on the lead and kind of gets brave, this might keep going, especially at 8-1. I think it's worth a shot. It's a small play for me, just using the track bias. I'm going to run with that until it ends. And then let's go to the 1 as my second selection. Easily could be my top selection. It has the back class from last year. 1 first out. Actually, one at 7.5, depending if you're looking at DRF or the program. It doesn't count on the DRF at the distance, but you can see right there the last race 1 at the distance. So you don't have to worry about a distance problem. We'll just have to worry about what the price might be. And then let's go to the 2 as the third selection. Hasn't really shown that much this year, but the key why I wouldn't be surprised if this horse came in is because this horse does well going the 2 turns and will improve quite a bit. Just kind of has to wake up. It's 4-star. This is, I would say, the last chance for me of even selecting this horse. 3-1-2.
Yeah, I ended up going to number 1, Impressive Sense. Draws the inside, 7 furlongs. That is where you want to be. Has tactical speed. Yes, Pucker is going to go to the lead. This horse ran really well last time out. Unfortunately, ran into Drop a Caribou, who won 3 in a row, including that one. And Doug's Pal ran absolutely huge that race, cutting it out on the front end, and then came back to win its very next start. So I think Impressive Sense was just in a little too tough, even though it was the same condition. And this is going to be much easier today. We'll stock Pucker in here, and I think an absolute dream trip. I also like number 2, Gold Special, only because of the drop. This horse has run good races, but unfortunately, those were last year. 2 outs ago, beaten by 8 3/4 to Little Toe and Roaming Union. That was the best start, and that wasn't a bad one at all. And I think this horse gets better as they do go around 2 turns. This class relief was needed for Gold Special. And I'm with Stretch. We're going to see if this horse is playable in the future. And number 3, Pucker. Wow, I thought the way the track was playing, I'm going to do a little research on it. So all 19 races, Pucker has never gone around 2 turns. Has 5 siblings. Check them all out. They all go 5 and 6 furlongs, 4.5 furlongs. Not one of them has tried the 2-turn distance. So there is a massive question mark whether Pucker can go all the way, but speed was dominant yesterday going around 2 turns. So I also had to stick him in, but just for third after the research. That's why I'm 1, 2, and 3. Now we're on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering for the 35th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes. They're going to go 6 furlongs. I'm thinking an absolute massive favorite.
Yep. Will be the biggest favorite of the week, I think. It's a stake race. We're going to just be trying to watch a good racehorse is kind of what you're looking on, based on the figures alone, not to mention the gameness and the competition that this horse has ran against. You saw Jeff FF, however you say the
Jeff FF.
Sure, that's the one.
I've never said that one before. Jeff Fafa.
Fafa, yes. Came back and won by a landslide by 10.
Yeah, only 10.
Only by 10.
After winning by 10.
Correct. Absolutely. And so everybody can see that this horse is the best on the paper. It doesn't have to improve. You could see that they've waited for this race, a couple workouts coming in. Who's running second? Well, we're both on the same one. This horse the 3 horses been running against some nice competition as well. I think it just should kind of sit back and try to make a late run. And I guess if the 1 really regresses, then the 2 or the 3 has a shot for a bit of an upset. But I think it's a exactor of the day. I don't know how much it might pay. And then the 4 is my third selection. Nice maiden win, only 3 starts. There's room for this horse to improve. Maybe a shot at second if it improves that much more, but just simply 1, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Private Frank has run lights out in the 2 starts this year. Definitely it's his race to lose. I love my life taking a big drop. out of the allowance non-twos where it had to run against Noah and Jeff Fafa and was fourth beaten 8 in there. But that wasn't a bad race. Noah and Jeff Fafa were just way too good. It's an easier field in here, but runs into Private Frank. That did beat Jeff Fafa. So it's not going to be easy to get the win, but I think is that solid exactor. And for third, I went to the maiden, number 5, Ron. This horse really impressed me first time out. Showed speed, fell back, came back on, did the Z pattern, and was beaten by a rallier in Green Amazon. I think this horse will move forward off that race. Don't think it's a big win potential, but definitely can get in your top 3. So I'm giving you 1, 3, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. And our maidens are going to go 7 furlong stretch. Looks like a little bit of speed.
It does look like the key to this race is it's 7 furlongs. Maybe Kirt doesn't know it's 7 furlongs, but
I do.
You just said 7 furlongs, so you said it. Many haven't gone the distance, and most of them haven't done that well, except my top selection, and that's the 6. If you take a look at the key race on April 21st race, take a look at the winner. It's reasonably lovely. That horse is a stakes place horse. That horse ran Monday going 2 turns and looked good doing it. If this horse can be within 3 lengths of 3 1/4 lengths of reasonably lovely, that would put this horse on top. That's what I'm going with. Yes, it was on the turf, but I know that, the turf horses the other day ran pretty well, going the 2 turns. I think he just picks up the pieces, and I think the horse runs back to close to that race. He's the horse to beat, or she's the horse to beat. We'll go to the 5. I'm giving this 5 another chance. Didn't look that good first out, but did show speed. Again, 7 furlongs. Speed has been carrying. I'm going to run with that. Chance of stealing it. What could potentially get loose after that good start. And then we'll go to the 4. Has beat most of them in here and is improving, only 2 starts, so there's more room to improve. Will lack value, so it's certainly not a win bet for me, but let's go 6, 5, 4. All right, Kirt, sell me on your 7.
All right, I took a shot on number 7, Everything to Gain, taking that maiden allowance drop. That move to order took that maiden allowance drop into the 5,000 and ran respectable third. This horse, last time out, only got beat by 6 lengths, and I thought that was a pretty good race where the speed was all up front. It ended up staying there, but it looks like this horse wants and is begging for some ground. I am going for a price in here. I did like move to order, those back races, but it hasn't shown me any of those in the recent starts, even with that drop. So I'm going to Everything to Gain off that maiden allowance drop to get it done. Bits of Lemon drop the 4. This is the horse that'll watch the 1 and 5. Maybe go battle it out on the front end. Made a really nice rally in the debut race, running 4th. And then last time, ran a great race against Tale of a Treatise, who ran last night, and had a 4th place finish in the non-2. So came back to run a good one. So Bits of Lemon Drop moves up to 2nd in mine. And for 3rd, I went to number 1, Diva-esque. Well, Jerry brought in a bunch of Lone Star horses for Henry Witt, and they all did well last night. This one runs for about a half a mile and quits, but we did see that on another horse earlier on, a maiden, Wits Rojo, and that horse lost by a narrow nose to the stablemate. So Diva-esque with that inside draw just might grab the lead and go all the way. So I'm taking 7, 4, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up at our non-2 lifers. Going 6 furlongs. We got it down to 2 horses stretch, and I can reverse them.
All right, competitive allowance for sure. Anyway, we do this every time, and you just continue to do this. Let's start with the 6 on the troubled. The six horse had a really good first out race. Slight trouble in that race, and basically showed some speed, got in trouble on the turn, or I'm not really sure what happened, and then came again. I thought that was so impressive after the layoff, racing against some horses, very good horses, I think, and also that they've already been running. You look back at her last race of the year. Last year, she came off the pace. I didn't expect her to be that close in the first start, and I didn't expect her to run as well as she did. So anything around 4-1, I think she's a win bet for sure. Kirt seems to think this 4 looks best on paper, and maybe she does, but I guess he has forgot the stat of 8 for 16 for second or third, and includes, here's the key, includes a few nose losses at the wire. So I guess this horse could certainly win, but at $4.40 or so, doesn't like to win. I don't bet these horses to win. He sometimes does, and anyway, we'll leave it at that. We're not going to beat up on him too much.
We'll see after the race.
We will see, and then the last one, let's go to the 5. Last race wasn't her best, but the previous 2 were quite good, and I think if she runs back to those previous 2, kind of puts her in the mix. 6, 4 in second, then the 5.
Yeah, I went to Danzig Starstorm, was beaten by a really good one in McLean's Bella. And this horse had to chase after the speed. They went the half in 45 and change, and the horse ran a huge race. McLean's Bella came in from Phoenix, got that win, but I think Stretch Likes beat everybody else by over 5 lengths, and that was the key. Nobody else was even close, so this horse could either be on the lead or sitting just off of it. So Danzig Starstorm, I think, graduates today. Number 6, Silver Creek Lady. What a weird race last time out. The horse showed speed, was on the rail, coming at the turn for home, had to check really hard, fell back, but then came back on in the end to run a respectable 5th, beating only 3 lengths. So if you want to watch a replay, that's a replay to watch that last race. I think she will move forward off that race, but I'm still taking the 4 on top, and I'm rounding it out with number 2, Viognier. Viognier, 2 outs ago, the first start of the year, went to the lead. This is a horse that never goes to the lead, sits off of it, going around a ground. I don't know where that speed came from. Could not show it last time out because Cussin' Cat was in that race and cut out the solid early fractions and then ended up backing up. But Viognier will like it if there is some pace on the front. Will like more distance, but maybe he'll make a rallying effort. So I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance race for the boys 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 1 mile, kicking off classic high 5 wagering for the last 2 races, and there is a carryover of over $4,332. Stretch, what do you got?
I guess nobody played my picks in the high 5 yesterday.
They definitely didn't. They said, Kirt didn't pick White Rose Spirit, so he liked it against the boys, but not back against the girls.
All right, this race is, for me, the trickiest race on the card. There's a good chance that there's a potential pace battle in here, and so that's why I don't have a speed horse on top, and it looks like this.
Ditto.
Exactly. So if somebody gets loose, watch out. I don't think anybody in here can get loose and steal it. Let's go to the 3 as my top selection. Main reason this horse was in for going 6 furlongs, and nobody was going to beat Jeff Fafa.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I'm trying. This horse has already won at a mile. If you look at his charts, most of his races are going a mile. So I like that this horse is much better at the distance. That, for me, was just kind of a tightener over the track, and to get a second, that's always a good thing. So if you get that pace to back up, you've got sets it up for this horse at probably about a $6 or $7 price. I've got to use the 4 in second just because of how good he ran last time. He got pressed early and then just kept going. The fractions were fast. He's going to have to deal with similar pressure. The 1 and 2, I think, at least are going to be trying to show some speed. Maybe he stalks, and that would be another way to win it. But if there is enough talent that maybe presses and takes over and kind of hangs on, but will really need to be much the best. And then I've taken the 6, the Cookie, for my third choice, because why wouldn't I? I've been very successful with the Cookie the last couple times with a nice price and then completing a real nice exactor. This horse gets the extra full furlong. Just needs to be a little bit closer. Gets too far back, then that kind of in trouble. Don't leave out the Cookie. So it's 3, 4, and 6.
Well, that is my top pick, the Cookie. I picked it last time, and I'm not letting you steal this one away. The horse ran absolutely huge, was sitting way back, made a rally down the lane, but they were just way too far in front. I think there is a big pace battle between 1, 2, and the 4, who isn't going to be far away. So with the pace that's in there, I think Attaboy Cookie will be able to make up some ground again today, and it does get an extra furlong and gets its regular rider back to Mario Bino, who first time out made a big run, kind of figured out what to do with the horse. Second time, made no mistake, ran down the loose speed horse and Lollipop Kid. So Attaboy Cookie is going to be my top play in here. Like Lucky Chucky for second, won the condition already. Look Dynamite has gone around 2 turns. Lot to like about this horse. And I threw in number 3, Discovery Peak, who did rally up for second when there was a logjam of horses in behind Jeff Offa, who is so far gone on the field. So I'm giving you 6, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlong stretch. Wow, what a wide open race
It is an absolute wide open race. Good way to finish off the sequence in the pick 4 with some chalk early. You're going to have to find a price. There could be one in here. My selections kind of all have some back class. If they run back to that back class, the race is over. We know they're probably not quite at that level anymore, but you want to pay attention to that. I'm going with the claimed horse in here. They take blinkers off, which is interesting. Jared Brown, who's claimed the horse, clearly sees something, so I like that. And then I found it interesting, just of note, in 2018 they paid $1.2 million for this horse, and a couple weeks ago Jared paid $3,000. How times have changed on the claiming or the cost of the horse. So
yeah, somebody ate a bit of the dollars on that one.
So I'm thinking Jared thinks he got a pretty good deal for $3,000 after that. But I think this horse is going to get a good trip, just sitting close to the stalkers or the pace setters, and kind of might get the jump on some of the other ones, and that's why I put this horse on top. I'm using a bunch in here. The 7 horse, big class drop from last race, but take note, this horse is normally in the $4,000 to $5,000 race, claiming race, so I like that move. I do like this horse. It's just a matter of if he's too far back, and if that's the case, maybe my selection can get there. It's an absolute must-use. And then I've got to use the 3. First race out was just a solid race, and then kind of regressed from there. Runs back to that first race of the year. Watch out. So that's why I got it 2, 7, and 3.
Yeah, I ended up taking number 7, Drum and Bass. Drum and Bass, first time out, second beaten 3 to Bite the Bullet Bro, cut out all the fractions, and was easily second best in there. Club champ has since come back to win the 3rd place finisher. Last time out, 7,500 against Bottle of Smoke. That was an impossible race for Drum and Bass to try and win, but it only got beat by 6 3/4 lengths. Drops into the non-winners of the year. I think this is a massive drop, so he's my top play. I also like number 6, Herbie. If you're looking for back class, $175,000 in earnings on Herbie. Ran a good race first time out, as Shooting Money was the massive favorite. Probably I think it was 1 to 5. Went to the front end, controlled it. Herbie battled with Warbridge all the way to the wire, lost by a narrow nose. I backed Warbridge so many times over the last 2 years. And last time out, went around 2 turns. I don't think that's his best distance. He gets to cut back. I think he's a great long shot in here. And rounded out with Aknos. Almost won the condition. Only beaten by a half a length. Fresh off the claim. 7, 6, and 2 for me. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, scratch number 4, Hello Handsome. Turning your programs to race number 3, our feature race on the card, the 35th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, just some overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover will be over. It's right now at $372,000 and will eclipse $400,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Again, just a couple of overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Again, just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. A couple overweights, and take note, there is a carryover in the classic high 5 of $4,332. Now turning your programs to race number 7, there are no changes. Well, a gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg.
Wow. They're taking it to new levels.
Well, at least I'm Ronald McDonald because I'm not a big Burger King fan.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
You're a Burger King guy?
Well, depends where the drive-thrus are.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's true. If it's close, I won't not
But
go
the
again.
background, you can barely see me because it is a lot of cloud, so they are correct. Today's mostly cloudy.
Well, I'm kind of flashy in my outfit. Maybe I should go like that for Halloween.
Yeah.
They're giving me an idea here.
Yeah.
You look like a pretty good Burger King guy.
Yeah.
All right, under mostly cloudy skies, the temperature 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit, a light wind out of the west at 9 kilometers an hour or 6 miles an hour, and the track is listed as fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes.
And they're off in the Manitoba Derby.
Field of nine set underway in the CC Derby.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby. Red Rods will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Bryant, Roland Rosen arrived. Regal Bryant will win the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
And welcome to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to come watch me call a race. Then you get to go down to the paddock to see the horses, and then off to the winner's circle to watch the race and get a frame photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. And be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups do receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or off of any of the posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great evening of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Wednesday card of racing with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3 olds and up at our non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch and a big 2 to 5 favorite on the board.
Yeah, I think we easily agree or thought that this was the price. You're not well. If you try to beat it, you might you can get paid. But I'm not going to try to beat her. She's just sitting on the right spot. She came in from Hawthorne and ran a nice even effort, going 5.5 and in a pretty good time, especially for this bunch. I think she can basically just stalk and kind of take over. I don't think she's going to be too far back. There's a little bit of speed on some of the others, but you just look at her fractions racing at the other tracks. It's just 21 and change on some of them. So she goes 22 and 3-ish. She might just end up on the lead.
Yeah, I think she is going to be close in here because there is no cutthroat speed. Another horse I like, number 4, Temperature Way, making its 5th start already. And the first 2 starts were really good. Lost to someone else first time out and went wire to wire. Then lost to Cordillera. Cordillera has come back to win the non-4 life condition. Then it was Artisan Dancer going wire to wire. And Saturday Service making a big rally. And Maybella was well bet that day. And then went 7.5 furlongs. I think that was a little bit too far. Now gets a cut back in distance to 5.5 furlongs. I think this horse is better going shorter, so that's why I took it for second.
Yeah, I like your selection there to be in there. I've ended up to be my second selection, and basically the same reason. Showed speed at the 7 furlongs. Actually did get the lead, and then it's just tired. 2 back, one for the non-2, so obviously to move up to the non-3. It's right there. Is in the mix. Has been running for a while all season long, so. Yeah, I think the horse is at 10 to 1. I think is the value. I just don't think the horse can win at win the race, but the exactor could pay.
Yeah, I'm jumping over to the other Jerry Gorno trained horse, number 6, Sky Tizzy, was in the stake, the one and only for 3-year-old fillies against Spittin' Kitten, who's now undefeated here at the Downs. Then in the comeback race, wasn't any easier. Even a tougher first-level allowance against Miss Z, who went wire to wire, and Adams Creed came back to win that first-level allowance. Took the drop to the 5 non-2. That was a massive drop, and the horse won rather easily in there. Comes back in here, the non-3 lifer. I think this horse will fit well in this race. And 10 to 1, you're getting a big bargain.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the one... another horse that's cutting back. It didn't show speed, but it did close a little bit. You know, it's a long shot that can complete a trifecta, that you have the 2 on top and you're trying to find who's second or third. That's somebody to include. Will be closing late.
And number 3, Sia Life. This horse ran a couple of decent races, was beaten by Temperature Way in the first and second outing, but then ran a good one against Artisan Dancer and lost the photo. The Temperature Way that day. Showed speed. Won't show speed in here, I don't think. Will be close to the lead, but does have some races underneath that are good enough for a top 3 finish. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off.
I'm pulling a bit of
There we go.
a Kurt's bet. I couldn't decide between the 4 or the 5, so let's just make it a $10 tri-wheel 2 with 4-5 with 4-5.
And myself, I'm going after the exactor. I'm going a $30 exactor, 2 and 4. Good luck with all your selections.
Are we going to play show?
Oh, we are Show Parlay Wednesday. I thought I was out already.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm on.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I'm going to lend you $20 because and especially since you spent $30 already.
That's why, because you bet White Rose Spirit in the last race yesterday.
I did. So I'm going to go 20 show on 2. Nothing, it's nothing special. It's kind of a lame first one, but I want to at least try to win the first race.
All right, and I'm 20 to show on the 4, Temperature Way. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Ruby in the Stars, owned by Kirt, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Queen in the North, owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Sea of Life, owned and trained by Doug Mustard with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Tapiture Way, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Lady Creative, owned by Scott Horse, trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badry. Running out the field is number 6, Sky Tizzy, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 1, approximately 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls kick off the Wednesday night card going 5.5. There is going to be a big favorite. She's the 2. She's dropping in class. She's going to be sitting quite close to the pace. If she wants, she may even get to the lead. Her figures are just better than these. If she runs her race, she's going to be very tough to beat. Others to consider to help maybe play your exactor. Let's start with the 5. This horse is cutting back from a decent race going 7.5. Won this non-2 race last, a 2 back. I think right there, 6-1's a good play. The other one's the 4. A couple not so good races to last 2, but a couple good races before that. Let's go 2, 5, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 2. Queen in the North, 3 to 5 on the board. Massive drop from the 10 on 3 into this 5 on 3. Will be forward in the race. I think it's her race to lose. I also like number 4, Tapiture Way. Those 2 first outings, those were the best. I think that 7.5 last time out when it was 3 wide was just too much. The cutback, much better. And number 6, Sky Tizzy. You're getting all sorts of value right now at 12-1. This is a horse that can try and steal it. I'm going to give you 2, 4, and 6. Good luck here in race 1. time. Ruby in the Stars, the first one into the starting gate. The overwhelming 1-2 favorite. Queen in the North goes in. Next up, See a Life. Temperature Way's turn. Just 2 left to load. Lady Creative. Now just waiting on Sky Tizzy to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's See a Life, showing some early speed, but so is Sky Tizzy. To the outside, settled in third, Queen in the North. To her outside, Lady Creative. In between horses, that's Temperature Way, and well back to Ruby in the Stars, the early trailer, who's about 7 off of it. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. And it's Temperature Way. Now with the lead by a length. Queen in the North. On the inside, Lady Creative is 3 wide, a gap of 2 lengths back. Sky Tizzy and See a Life, they hit the head of the lane, and it's Temperature Way with the lead. Queen in the North, in between horses, and on the far outside, Lady Creative. These 3, a 16th of a mile to go. Queen in the North, the favorite is gonna get it done. Lady Creative second best. Third's gonna go to Queen in the North. Close for fourth between Ruby in the Stars and Sky Tizzy. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, Queen in the North, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Lady Creative. Third to number 4, Temperature Way. And fourth to number 1, Ruby in the Stars. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 46-2. 5 furlongs, 59-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-2. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There is a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 1, that's number 2, Queen in the North. Queen in the North is a dark bay or brown filly, 4 years old, by Northern of Fleet. Out of the Mare Showcase winner by Elusive Quality. Owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr., and ridden to unofficial victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewarts have removed the inquiry sign off the board. 2, 5, 4, 1 will become official. In the upcoming second race, scratch number 4, Hello Handsome. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. And Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at just $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person on the main level at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage on the second level. The draw will be made tonight at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, the Manitoba Lung Association, the Dream Factory, and MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers Winnipeg. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thanks for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $5,000, your race winner. Number 2, Queen in the North, claimed by A2 Thoroughbreds trainer Michael Nault. Also claimed for $5,000 was number 4, Tapiture Way, claimed by Wanda Hicks and B&J Stable trainer Shelley Brown. Welcome back down to the paddock for race number 2 for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-4 lifers. We're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Hello Handsome. Quick look back at race number 1. Well stretched, Queen in the North gets it done. And you took a page out of my book and you made $100 profit in the first on a 3 to 5 shot winning.
Absolutely. I will give you full credit on that. I'm always open to improve the betting or learn from different angles. And so, yeah, you get full credit on that. I'm okay to.
And you got huge value
Huge value. That when the 3 of them were so far in front of the rest. And like, I liked your bet, but I thought it was between those 2 in the photo. So that's why I played the try.
And it was a better bet than mine as I missed on my exactor. All right, on to race number 2, Stretch. Who do you got?
Well, we're going to take a shot. We're going to take a shot on Pucker. There he is, 3 to 1. He's trying something new that him and all of his relatives have not tried.
Yeah,
very well.
We did the research, or I did the research this morning, and all the siblings, none of them have gone around 2 turns.
So I'm getting 5 to 1. There was a scratch which lowers it. I would need all of that. It's certainly far from a prime play. I don't like going against all the trends, but just because speed has been holding, going the 2 turns, I've got to take a shot. And I think because he's got the controlling speed in here, we're going to see how far he can carry his speed.
Yeah, definitely. He is the speed in here. I went to number 1, Impressive Sense. Was a winner at first asking and beat a couple good ones in North Fork and Just a Buster. Last time out was beaten by Drop a Caribou, who won his 2 previous races. And Doug's pal, that was his first start of the year, ran massive and ended up coming back to win. This horse can go around 2 turns, as you see with that 7.5 furlong race to end off the 2022 campaign. Should be sitting in a stalking position and draws the all-important rail.
Well, absolutely. Easily could have been my top selection. But again, it's got to run down the speed. So, and he did that in the first race. Let's go to the dropper, the 2 horse. This is a risky one. It hasn't shown much this year. But if you look back at last year, kind of a little more success, and the higher figures are going around 2 turns. And that's what I'm hoping for. This is the right spot. It's not a huge drop in price, but in competition, you could say is a pretty good drop. Dropping from the like Roman Union has been running well at the almost stake race level.
Yeah, 2nd level allowance and 1st level allowance. Another horse to look at, number 5, Peb, is kind of out of condition here. Is a non-3 lifer against non-4s. But ran decently against North Fork in the last start. Feller, the 2nd place horse, did come back to win out of there. Heb probably won't be near the lead in here. I think he'll be sitting 4th or 5th, which is last, but not that far out of it, maybe 5 lengths. Heb does like going around 2 turns, and I think they're just going for the distance today.
Yeah, I agree with you. Spot on there. And then let's go to the 6, which could potentially be the other speed or the speed if wanted. Showed speed at Rialto going 4 furlongs. And so you got the lead and won at 4 furlongs. We'll see if this horse can handle the 2 turns. It shows the one race at Golden Gate that it couldn't. But that's why you're getting at least 6 to 1.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch on a roll. What do you got?
Well, you did the research, and I vary my bets. It's just a small little wager on the 3, 10 win on 3.
And you scream all the way around, keep on
going. Yeah.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3. I'm going to key the 1 in here, key the 1, Private Frank in race 3, round it out with 4 and 7. $10 pick 3, $20, a $1, only $2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. Oh, yeah, Stretch.
I guess because you just assume you wouldn't have been alive.
Well, yes, I always assume that. Is that a bad assumption?
No, it's actually usually correct.
Well, there we go. Okay, we are alive in the show parlay.
You get first pick.
I get first pick. Okay, I'm going to number 1, Impressive Sense. $21 to show.
And then I'm not going to go to the 3 because it's a little too risky. It's too early in the day. 21 show on 2.
All right. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3 for our featured race, the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,300. Number 1 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonia Whitehall. Number 2 is Gold Special, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Pucker, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Baurup. Number 4, Hello Handsome, was scratched. Number 5 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 6, Alphabetical, owned by Bill and Reed Mooney, trained by Bill Mooney with Siobhan Bell. Post time for race number 2, approximately 3 minutes away. And as this is race 2, we have our HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that is number 1, Impressive Sense. Number 1, Impressive Sense, the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 7 furlongs. That's 2 turns here at ASD. I'm going to go to the potential speed. This is the 3 horse, has not tried this far of a distance. Hopefully you can keep it going. Speed's been very tough going the 2 turns. Others to consider, the 1 is the closer. He'll be sitting in about the 3rd or 4th and try to make a late close. The 2 is the back class. Racing much better, has to improve, and maybe the distance will help it out. So I'll give you 3, 1, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I did go to number 1, Impressive Sense. Pucker goes to the lead, the 3, and I think the 1 chases on the inside. Was a winner at first asking with a rail trip that day. Last time out was beaten by a horse that won 3 in a row, and the horse that ran second came back to win its very next start. So I think it's his race to lose. I do like the dropper number 2, Gold Special, plummeting all the way to the bottom. And the speedy number 3, Pucker. 1, 2, and 3 for me. Good luck here in race 2. Impressive Sense, the current 4 to 5 choice. First into the starting gate. Gold Special now moves in. Heb will be next. Just 2 left to load. Pucker from the middle. Pucker will get a little help from the gate crew. Now the last to load, Alphabetical to the outside. The field is set, they're at the post, and they're off. Away well on the inside, that's Impressive Sense, but Pucker shows the early speed and captures the lead by a length. Alphabetical to the outside. Settled back in third, Gold Special and Impressive Sense running together. And then a gap of 4 more back to Peb, who's the early trailer, 7 off the lead. Battling up front through an opening quarter of 24-2. It's Pucker on the inside. Alphabetical. Look at him in the eye. Impressive Sense. Moving off the rail, ready to go 3 wide and 4 wide, Gold Special, and Peb can still see them all. 4 across the track with the 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Impressive Sense and Gold Special. These two taking over and opening up by 3. Back to Pucker, Alphabetical, and the trailer Peb, the half, 48 seconds. They hit the head of the lane, and Impressive Sense on the inside, now up by a half a length. Gold Special not giving up. These two battling it out, nose and nose, a 16th of a mile to go. Gold Special, Impressive Sense, right to the wire, and it's Impressive Sense hanging on for the win. Gold Special a very close second, and Peb rounds out the top 3. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24-2, the half 48 seconds, 6 furlongs, 1:13-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:28-1. The stewards have posted number 1, Impressive Sense, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Gold Special. Third to number 5, Peb. And fourth to number 3, Pucker. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 2, that's number 1, Impressive Sense. Impressive Sense is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by True Sense. Out of the mare, She Is Impressive by Regal Classic. Owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms. Trained by Lise Pruitt. And ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-1. Number 1, Impressive Sense, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles Fouliard. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. There are no changes. It's our featured race on the card, the 35th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes for 3-year-old Manitoba bred. Sired colts and geldings, going 6 furlongs. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, so we will carry on with the changes in this evening's jackpot pick 5. There's no changes in race 4, 5, 6, or 7. The Frank Arneson Sire Stakes. Here in race number 3, they go to post in 17 minutes. Well, you better hurry, because there's only about 35 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with $5,000 in your pocket if you get drawn and you select the Ace of Diamonds. You can get your tickets at guest services in the lobby or on the 2nd level at the VLT cashier's cage, or you can go online at asdowns-cta.com right now. And remember, by purchasing tickets, you are helping community charities. welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with our featured race, the 35th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes for 3-year-old Manitoba Sire Colts and Geldings. Let's take a look back at race number 2. Stretch, what a battle from the head of the lane right to the wire between Impressive Sense and Gold Special, with Impressive Sense prevailing by barely a nose.
Yeah, what a great race. We've had 2 back-to-back good races, small fields, and it's great as a racing fan to watch. Hopefully you're on the right side of those photos. But, yeah, just good racing so far.
All right, on to race number 3. 3 to 5 on the board. Private Frank, back-to-back wins, both our top selections. Wow, this horse has really turned into a racehorse.
Absolutely. Turned 3 this year, and the first race was just solid figures. Next race battled an older horse, Jeff Fatha.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's
a little
closer.
bit getting closer. They were pulling ahead, and then you saw Lucky Chucky came back and won. I think they've just been working this horse it's been off a month, but working 2 races, just kind of aiming for this race. And so I think he's ready to go. He should be 3 to 5. I think he's going to be lower at post time, but he just looks so good.
Yeah, I agree with you. Both those races, absolutely lights out. If you don't know who Jeff Fatha is, well, that horse, when they met up, had broke his maiden by 10 lengths. And then after that race, he lost, ended up running second to My Noah, an Oaklawn Park horse, but then came back to win by 10. So Private Frank was in really good company. I also like number 3, I Love My Life. Had a good second to Saxon Saga, who's been running second in the 3-year-old stakes race to the kind of unbeatable Chicago's Gray. And I Love My Life had to hit them both again in the next start and ran a 5th place finish, making a middle move. Last time out, lost the photo for 3rd, but that was no disgrace, as those 2 were much the best, and Call the Cops just got up late.
Correct. That horse has been running some, like you said, very good competition. That would be the upset horse if somebody's going to beat Private Frank, I would think.
Definitely, but we'll have to stalk Private Frank, who I think is the speed
Yeah,
of the
absolutely.
Because there really isn't a lot.
No, there really isn't. Let's go to the 4. This is my improving horse. It first out ran evenly, lost to Private Frank by 9, but then ran a very nice race, improved a little bit on the figures, and then has a workout coming in. Sits just off, which is good, because I don't think you really want to go after Private Frank early if you want to get a piece of it late. So try to take a run at him late and see, and maybe get there, but at least run 2nd or 3rd. The purse money is very good for the owners in this one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The other horse I like in here, number 5, Ron. This is a horse that could be pressuring Private Frank early, because Lise Pruitt and Artisan Farms have the 3 and 5 in here, so they might try the sacrifice. Put Ron, try and go all out with Private Frank. I Love My Life stock. Even though Ron is a maiden, the horse pressed for a half a mile, fell back, but I like that the horse re-rallied late to grab 2nd place back. This horse has some talent, so I'm thinking Ron gets a part of things.
Absolutely. And so let's the last one is the 2. It just won his maiden, and basically came off the pace. It's starting to improve. Did lose to Frank by 9 1/4, but only a couple lengths by Kentucky Jake. Is the long shot. Again, I wouldn't be betting him to win, but would be a price in the exactor.
Yeah, he needs a total meltdown, I think, if he's going to get up and grab the win. All right, Stretch, Jackpot Pick 5 time. What do you have?
Okay, well, if the way the jackpot does go today is if it kicks it off if Private Frank loses.
No doubt about it.
So you've got to decide, are you going after the jackpot?
Or a big piece of things.
Correct. I'm just going to take a shot here because I don't think he can. I think he's got such a high percentage. I'm just going to play a smaller ticket, 1 with 4, 5, 6, with 4, 6, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, with 1, 2, 3, 147 for $30. This has been working all the last few weeks. Another side bet to try to pay for the ticket. $20 exactor 1-3.
And myself, I'm just betting a cheaper pick 5. I'm keying the 1 in here, Private Frank. Then I'm taking 1, 4, and 7. Then 4 and 6. 2, 3, 4, and 6. And rounding it out with 2, 3, 6, and 7. You don't want to throw Herbie in the last leg?
All right, throw Herbie. Throw the 6 in the last leg, Beth.
Get a little extra in there, Stretch. And we're still alive in the show parlay. Well, I am, which is surprising.
Yeah.
But, all right, your pick. Who are you going to pick?
Okay, well, I'm not
You're going to Sugar Daddy Jack, aren't you?
Sugar Daddy Jack. That'd be bold.
Yes, it would be.
It would be. I'm just going to go to the 1. I'm going to try to build it up. The big races to make the shows pay will be coming up. I'd like to get to the 4th, so just 22 show on 1.
And myself, I'm going 22 to show on number 3. I Love My Life. Good luck with all your wagering here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured race here in race number 3. It's a 35th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $40,000. Number 1 is Private Frank, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Sugar Daddy Jack, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Balrup. Number 3 is I Love My Life, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Kentucky Jake, owned by Al Daly Estate Stable, trained by Fred Rawson with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 5, Ron Ron, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with jockey Jorge Carreño. Following the running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes, Barry Arneson, we're very pleased to have on hand to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. The Frank Arneson Sire Stakes, going to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys kick off the pick 5 with its over 400,000, going 6 furlongs. There is going to be a big favorite. You're going to have to try to beat the one, Private Frank. I don't think you can. He's just running too good. He's just a little bit better than this bunch. He can go to the lead. He can come off the pace. Either one of those races takes him to the winner's circle. The other to consider who can run second, that's the 3. Running some competitive level competition. Just maybe a touch below, but that's second. And a long shot to finish it out would be the 4. That's Kentucky Jake. So I'll give you 1, 3, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. Private Frank has so impressed me this year. 2 dynamite races. That's why 2 to 5 on the board. He is the one to beat. I also like number 3, I Love My Life. I think it's second best in here. Has run some great races last year and this year. Has been beat by some really good ones, so it's kind of dropping in. And number 5, Ron. This is a very talented maiden. I'm going to throw him in for third. I'm 1, 3, and 5. Good luck here in race number 3.
It's post time.
Private Frank, the 2 to 5 favorite. The first one into the starting gate. Sugar Daddy Jack now steps in from the middle. I Love My Life set to go in. I Love My Life a little fractious in the starting gate. I Love My Life is now settled. Two left to load. Kentucky Jake. Now just waiting on Ron to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes. On the inside, away well is Private Frank. In between horses, Sugar Daddy Jack. On the far outside, Ron. Going out to the early lead with Private Frank. I Love My Life, Sugar Daddy Jack, and now Kentucky Jake is the trailer, but only 2 off the early lead. The quarter, 23-2, and the leader is Private Frank. Ron on the outside in second. Moving up on the inside, I Love My Life. 3 wide, Kentucky Jake. And the trailer is now Sugar Daddy Jack. They went the half mile, 46-2, and Private Frank is turning it on, and now opened up by 4. I Love My Life in a full chase in second, but it's Private Frank is going to take the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes. Second's going to go to I Love My Life. Third to Kentucky Jake. And fourth to Ron. Stewart's supposed to number 1, Private Frank, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, I Love My Life. Third to number 4, Kentucky Jake. And fourth to number 5, Ron. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 46-2, 5 furlongs, 59 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, an impressive 1:12-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the impressive winner of the 35th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes. That's number 1, Private Frank. Private Frank is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare In Spite of Success by Spice Town. Owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-1. Number 1, Private Frank, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owners, Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Brett Arneson, representing the Arneson family and giving a trophy presentation to the winning connections. In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, there are no changes. And there is no changes in races 5, 6, or 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. And we've drawn our winner to be VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Olivia Fuchs. That's Olivia Fuchs. You are our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. Be sure to join us for the Manitoba Night Market and Festival, which will take place Sunday, July 23rd, featuring food trucks, local artisans, vendors, beer gardens, kids' activities, live music, and much more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that our maidens are going to go 7 furlongs. Let's take a look back at the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes in race number 3. Private Frank, wow, he's special.
He did not disappoint. I thought he
That was a workout.
That was a workout. I thought he broke a step slow and then kind of had to move up.
Yeah, it was. He was unhurried, though.
He was unhurried. That's true. And they only had to go 23 and change. So the other one that you have to watch closely is the one that ran second. I liked how he finished up. Finished up with some pony left with a nice gallop out. So you might want to make note of that moving forward, maybe even get it going longer.
Yeah, and for the next time the allowance non-two-lifer runs, these 2 horses will be right back in there.
There you go. Okay.
All right, on to race number 4. Now it's get a little more interesting. It was a little chalky in the first 3. Okay, Stretch, who do you like?
Yeah, I agree. The chalk is gone. I think there's some prices the rest of the way, and that's who I'm going to start with. Julie's got my top selection going off at 7-1. This is the 6 horse. Has had a couple, 3 starts here. First start wasn't bad. The last start tried to show some speed, and that didn't seem to work out. I'm hoping this time that she will come off the pace. The key for my selection on this one is the April 21st race at Tampa, when it finished by 3 1/4 lengths to Reasonably Lovely, who is a stakes-placed horse here who likes to go long. I think this one, just based on the form coming from Tampa and Gulfstream, can go the distance, and that's the difference for why I'm taking this horse in this race. If it was 6 furlongs, I'd be going elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot on the outside horse, number 7, Everything to Gain. Here's a horse dropping in from maiden allowance to maiden 5. Same drop that number 6 Moved to Order did last time out, but Everything to Gain, what I really like, 2 outs ago, the horse showed some speed, went back to last, or third to last, and then rallied to beat 4 horses to run 6 beaten 8 to Sparkling Silver, who is 3-5 that day. And then in the comeback race, the horse was again a little bit forward in the race, fell way back, came back on to only get beat by 6 lengths. You get a break in the weights with Fraser Abley aboard, and I think the drop in class is what this horse needs, but I'm not liking the 9-5 right now.
No, a little surprised, but they're seeing who he ran against, and there's some good horses in there, and is dropping. You always like to take droppers, especially when the other ones have been in the condition for a while. I am taking another shot on this 5. Showed speed, a little bit of speed last time. Didn't look that great, but I think second start and maybe even the stretch out. The one race at 7 furlongs at Century Mile wasn't too bad at all. Gets the controlling pace. Could just steal it. None of these horses have true big turn of foot to come late, so he just might keep going, and the others might just run evenly.
Yeah, another one I like, number 4, Bits of Lemon Drop, getting better with every start. First time out, had to run against Always a Little One and Tale of a Treatise. Always a Little One was the speed, went wire to wire. Tale of a Treatise came back to win, beating Bits of Lemon Drop again in the next start, and ran last night in the non-2. Ran a very good 4th place finish in there. So Bits of Lemon Drop will love to see the 1 and 5. And maybe even if Moved to Order shows speed like it did, or Can't Catch Me, if there is a log jam on the front, look for this horse to come late.
Absolutely. That's in one of my picks. Just as you mentioned, the 2 horse, I thought hasn't shown much, but seems to be getting a little bit better. The first start ran evenly. Next start showed a bit more speed. Carried it a little bit farther. Maybe starting to learn to run, and that might be the thing that this puts this horse, maybe not to win, but maybe 3rd or 4th if you're playing the try or the super.
And number 1, Diva-esque, coming out of the Jerry Gorno barn. Another one sent by Henry Witt Jr. from Lone Star. 3 Lone Star horses yesterday, a win in a couple of seconds. Diva-esque has showed really good speed in both races at Lone Star, but then backed right out of it to be beaten double digits. But there was a horse that ran of his the other day, Wits Rojo, that had the same kind of form, and that horse went 6 furlongs, almost stole it, lost by a nose to the stablemate. So Diva S 10-1, that might be worth chasing.
For sure. And then the last one is the 3. It's dropping from maiden special weight, but be careful because this horse is running for 4,000 at Mountaineer. And so I guess Jennifer thought give this horse a shot at a higher level. Kind of ran evenly. Sparkling Silver ran second, beat the rest of the field by 7. So
And came back to win easy.
correct. And so that's something to consider. It's had lots of chances and a workout coming
And
in.
a sharp one.
workout. So maybe the wake-up call's there.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, start us off as usual.
All right, we're going to play a bigger pick 4 ticket today because I think it is wide open and it potentially can pay. 4, 5, and 6 in here with the 4, 6. And in the 6th race, 3, 4, and 6. And then a bunch in the last one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. And, of course, I'm sticking with the trend, 30 place on the 6.
And myself, I'm taking 4 and 7 in here. Then I'm keying the 4 in race 5. Then taking 2, 3, 4, and 6. Rounding out with 2, 3, 6, and 7. That'll cost $32. And we are still alive. Well, I am still, and I know you are.
It's all chalk, but anyway.
Okay, we got $22 each. Where are you going, Stretch?
I'm gonna stick with my 6. I'm taking a chance here. So I'm gonna go the $22 to show on the 6.
And I'm going with the 7, everything to gain. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Diva-esque, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Arthur Badu. Number 2 is Kent Cat's Me, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Siobhan Bell. Number 3 is Helen's Spirit, owned by Kurt Bellick, trained by Jennifer Jordan, with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Bits of Lemon Drop, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins, with Dwight Lewis. Number 5 is Fast Landing, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Move to Order, owned by Sean Morin and John Clement, trained by Sean Morin with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Everything to Gain, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Fraser Abley. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The girls going 7 furlongs. That's 2 turns for maidens, meaning horses that have never won a race lifetime. I'm taking a bit of a long shot here on the 6. This horse, I think, will like the 2 turns or going 7 furlongs. Did well at Tampa, likes to close late. Last time showed speed. Hopefully comes off the pace today and wakes up at a big price. Others to consider would be the 5. That one's going to be on the front end, trying to go as fast and as far as she can go. She's at 4-1. And the horse that's beaten many of these before that's going to be the favorite, that's the 4. Don't leave that one out. Tough race. Let's go. 6, 5, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I think there's going to be a pace battle in here between the 1 and the 5. So I went to number 7, Everything to Gain, dropping in from the allowance level where the horse showed some tactical speed, fell back, and came back on in the end. Yes, it was well beaten, but that was at main allowance. This is at the bottom. I also like Bits of Lemon Drop, improving with every start. And Lone Star horses have been doing well here yesterday and all meet long. So I'm giving you 7, 4, and 1. Good luck here in race 4. Diva-esque, the first one into the starting gate. Can't Catch Me now moves in. Helen Spirit is in. Bits of Lemon Drop's turn. Next up, Fast Landing. Just 2 left to load. Move to Order. And now just waiting on Everything to Gain from the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Diva-esque flashes her early speed and opens up the lead by 2. Bits of Lemon Drop in pursuit from second, hugging the rail. Helen Spirit in third. Back in fourth, Can't Catch Me. In between horses, Fast Landing. 3 wide, Move to Order. And Everything to Gain, the early trailer. About 10 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 24-1. And Diva-esque controlling the lead by 5. Bits of Lemon Drop creeping up closer from second, back to third. Helen Spirit, Move to Order, is moving up from fourth, and it's Can't Catch Me. Fast Landing, and Everything to Gain, still the trailer. A quick half mile, 48-2, and Diva-esque still right there. She is up by 3. Bits of Lemon Drop. She's going to try and get her in the last 1/8 of a mile. To the outside, Move to Order. On the far outside, Can't Catch Me. But Diva-esque is digging in. And at the 16th pole, she's going to win it by 5. Very close for second, with Bits of Lemon Drop and Can't Catch Me close for fourth, between Move to Order and Everything to Gain. The stewards have posted number 1, Diva-esque, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-2, 6 furlongs 115-2. Time for the 7 furlongs 129-1. Result of the photo: show number 4, Bits of Lemon Drop, finishing second. Third goes to number 2, Can't Catch Me, and fourth to number 7, Everything to Gain. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 1, Diva-esque. Diva-esque is a Bay filly, 3 years old, by Mr. Speaker, out of the mare Life by R&R by Domestic Dispute, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jared Gorno, and ridden to victory by Arthur Badu. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129-1. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, there are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race number 5. And just a reminder that if you're new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. All you got to do is scan the QR code on the front of your program. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 4, Bits of Lemon Drop, claimed by Victoria Morse, owner-trainer. And we've drawn our Chase the Ace winner. Josephine R. was selected, and she ended up pulling the 3 of spades. So she is going to get $127 and the jackpot $5,000 guaranteed in Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up and our non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well stretched, my terrible betting continues.
It does, but the trend, you mentioned you like the 1, and once again, speed did hold going the 2 turns. The 1 got the lead and kept going, and I believe the 4 was chasing the whole way around as well. And then nobody.
And that was yesterday. That's what they did all day. My picks were 7, 4, and 1. I go all over the 7 who sat dead last.
Yeah. So basically, then yes, it happens. Moving on. At least you're live in the pick 5.
I am, because I did have it there at least on a good price on the Lone Star horses. I said was doing well.
Very well. Okay, here we go.
What a great race this should be.
Exactly. Let's start with the 6 as my top selection in here. I do like this horse. Surprised me in the first start. Showed very good speed in a good field. Then kind of checked on the turn and then made a move, battled back, and then just got tired late for the first start. Had to race against a bunch of horses that had already raced. So I'm expecting improvement with this horse second start out. I'm not sure what the running style is going to be because showed speed, ran all right. I'm hoping for off the pace, because I like that the last race in September where the horse won going away against the boys, now racing against the girls. So that's my top selection.
Yeah, with the rider switch, jockey Jorge Cranio has done both, but he did win coming off the pace, and that trouble was at the head of the lane. I like number 4, Danzig Star Storm. Was beaten back-to-back in stakes races against Spittin' Kitten, who won another one impressively in the Jack Hardy. The comeback race, ran against McLean's Bella, dropping into this condition. McLean's Bella had a good form coming from Turf Paradise and ended up running huge in there, only winning by a length over Danzig Star Storm, and was well ahead of the rest of the field. Number 7, A Lot to Like, was back 5 lengths. This horse has a great running style. If the 1 and 6 go battle it out, the 4 will be sitting right in behind, stalking, and that's where you want to be.
Absolutely. There's figures on there that puts this horse in the winner's circle. But a reminder for everybody out there, take a look at the seconds and thirds. So you might just want to make a place or show bet. Let's move on to the 5 as my third selection. Olive's Candy, racing at a tougher level, did lose to the 6 first out, but I'm throwing that race out. Looking at the other 2 races, one at first asking, going 5 furlongs from off the pace, coming from Hawthorne. And the next start from the outside post, or was in between horses, dueling. and then got tired. So I don't know where this horse is at. You're getting 9-2. I think with the right trip, horse has a shot to be at least in the mix, maybe second or third from there.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 2, Viognier. First time out, I don't know where that speed came from, was duking it out and ended up tiring only by 4 1/4 lengths. Then they stretched out a little more and was beaten by the 4, Danzig Star Storm, and A Lot to Like. Maybe that just took a little bit too much out of her. I like when she sits back and makes a late charge at him. Maybe Tim Tarasenko, instead of going to the front, will try that today. And if there is a battle between 1, 4, and 6, that might be the perfect place to be.
For sure. And talking about the 1, we're thinking there's going to be a duel, but the 1 does have the rail speed. If breaks sharp, certainly has a shot to go gate to wire. Lost the first 2 races it was here, and then the last race looked very good. It showed outside speed and just did hang on a little bit, but does have that good breakaway speed, and it can always be tough on the track here.
And I'm going to leave you the name on the 3. I'm going to talk about the 7, A Lot to Like. A Lot to Like first time out, tried to go to the front end. That didn't work out too well, beaten double digits, but ran much better last time out. Sat second to last and made a good charge down the lane to get up for third. A Lot to Like, now making the third start off the layoff, should run a lot better and fits well.
For sure. So let's talk about hats.
Hats?
Hats, yeah.
Okay.
It's where on
like ball caps and stuff?
yeah, it's a
Maybe
short
a cowboy
version.
hat?
It's a short version.
Oh,
I'm not even
okay.
attempting the rest.
Hatship suit?
Sure, go with that. You're the
Okay.
one. You're the one calling the race. Yeah, talk about this. But this horse has only had 1 start. Didn't show anything, but has a workout coming in, and was a contender last year. Was always in the mix. Had won the last race of the year
Against the boys.
Against the boys. So this is one of those. Only had that 1 start. Something might have went wrong, or the horse just wasn't quite ready. Gets the workout coming in. It's a tough field. I'm thinking more, again, a 3rd, 4th finish, but wouldn't surprise me to light the board up.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, start us off.
So I think it's a 2-horse race in here between between the 4 and the 6. So I'm going to make it easy. It's a $15 exacta box, 4 and 6, which is a total of $30. If you only want to spend $2, make it a $1 exacta box, 4 and 6. You might not pay lots, but you cash the ticket.
I'm going to make it easy, too. I'm going after the triactor. I'm taking 4, 6, 4, 6, so it can come in either way. With 2 and 5 for a third, a $1 ticket, only $4, but I'm taking a $10 one for $40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horse on the track for race number 5, our VIP 10 of the night race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is Sparkling Silver, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Carl Anderson with Fraser Abley. Number 2 is Viognier, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 3 is Hatshepsut, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Danzig Starstorm, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Olive's Candy, owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 6 is Silver Creek Lady, owned by Gary Naherniak, Rihanna Gray, Dave Ledoux, and Damon Gillis, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, A Lot to Like, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Shady Jr. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race number 5, they go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 6 furlongs. Public's got it down to the 2 horses, 4 and 6. I agree with them, but I'm going to go to the slightly bigger price on the 6. She ran a very good first out race. She battled back to try to close late, which she always tries. I think she sits just off the pace and makes a late run and gets up. The 4 horse is the obvious choice. Going to sit also just off. Could go press a little bit. Likes to run second, so be careful. A bit of a price horse to complete your top 3 would be the 5, Olive Garden. And she can come off or go to the lead. Depends on what she wants to do today. Let's go. 6, 4, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you and the public on the top 2, but I took Danzig Starstorm. Got beat by a good one, McLean's Bella, last time out, who was coming from Turf Paradise. Very well meant. And Danzig Starstorm should be right behind whoever the early speed might be. So I think a great trip. Silver Creek Lady, the 6, troubled trip at the head of the lane, but battled back. And I'm taking a long shot. Number 2, Viognier, 19-1. I think this one might show some late run. So 4, 6, and 2 for me. Good luck here in race 5. Sparkling Silver, the first one into the starting gate. Viognier steps up and in. Hatshepsut also is in. Next up, the even money favorite, Danzig Star Storm. Olive's Candy walks up and in. 2 left to load. Silver Creek Lady. And now just waiting on a lot to like. Who will be loaded without jockey Stanley Chady Jr. And now that she's in, he will climb back aboard. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Danzig Star Storm. On the outside, Silver Creek Lady shows her early speed, matched on the inside by Sparkling Silver. Danzig Star Storm in a stalking position in third with Olive's Candy to the outside. About 4 lengths back to Viognier, then a lot to like, and Hatshepsut is the early trailer. 23 seconds, the opening quarter. Sparkling Silver and Silver Creek Lady, nose and nose, still battling it out. Danzig Star Storm settled in 2 lengths behind on the outside. Olive's Candy, Viognier trying to make up ground. They hit the half mile, 46-1. They hit the head of the lane. Sparkling Silver running huge today, has a lead by 3/4 of a length. Silver Creek Lady now digging in. Silver Creek Lady fighting back. Sparkling Silver head bobs to the wire, too close to call between Silver Creek Lady and Sparkling Silver. Third went to Olive's Candy, and fourth to Danzig Star Storm. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 46-1, 5 furlongs 59-2. Time for the 6 furlongs 113. Results of the photo show the winner number 6, Silver Creek Lady. Second goes to number 1, Sparkling Silver. Third to number 5, Olive's Candy. And fourth to number 4, Danzig's Star Storm. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of our VIP And of the night race, that's number 6, Silver Creek Lady. Silver Creek Lady is a bay filly, 3 years old, by Uncle Mo, out of the mare Dixie Two-Stepper by More Than Ready. Owned by Gary Naherniak, Rihanna Gray, Dave Ledoux, and Damon Gillis. Trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6 race. There are no changes. Classic High Five wagering. The Classic High Five carryover, $4,332 here in race number 6. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the 2nd level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And just a reminder that every Monday through Labor Day features free family fun activities, including bouncy castles, face painting, and kids entertainment. The fun starts at 6:30, so bring the whole family. And welcome back down paddock for race number 6. We have an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to tackle the 1 mile distance. Quick look back at race number 5. Another great finish stretch. Silver Creek Lady just getting the bob down at the wire.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate with good races today at the wire, and yeah, you didn't even make the call, did you? You thought it was the 6?
I wasn't going to call that one. The heads were down. One was coming up. Thought it was the 6, but
yeah,
you never know.
And yeah, like you said, they battled it out back and forth and just pulled away from the rest of the field. Yeah, good, exciting race.
All right, on to race number 6. We got a massive favorite in here, Lucky Chucky.
Yeah, a little surprised that the horse is bet that big. I think the horse will go off as a favorite, but not that high. I've got an 18-1 shot here, the 3 horse, and the reason I'm using this one is because of the race going a mile. I'm hoping there's a battle up front. If they don't battle up front, then I'm kind of in a bit of trouble because we saw the pace go gate to wire in the 4th. So this horse ran a nice race, first race over the track. Needed one, get used to the track surface. Likes to close, has won it a mile before. Runs back to that race. Puts this horse right in the mix.
Oh, yeah, definitely does. Another horse I like, number 6, Attaboy Cookie. Kind of the same reason as Discovery Peak. I think there is pace. The 1, 2, and 4 all have early speed. Attaboy Cookie was beaten by Lucky Chucky last time out, but Lucky Chucky had a good inside post position that day and pretty well had it his own way to dictate the fractions. Attaboy Cookie now goes back to Demario Bino, who figured him out second time and got an easy win, mowing him down late. I think after this horse runs second, you get Demario back in. Yes, it is playing to speed going around 2 turns, but I think it might be real heated up there today.
For sure. Now, I think the Cookie, as I like to call him, since he's cashing tickets for me, I think he's just got to be that much closer. Like, you can't be that far back.
No, not today, I don't think either.
Correct. So we both used the 4 as our second selection, and you kind of have to. The horse looked good last time, battled and then pulled away. Very good at the distance. Has won two stake races. They are Manitoba breds, but still did it well. Looking good by open lengths. So you got to respect the horse for sure. Might even be able to stalk. If the pace goes too fast, Antonio might just sit just off and try to make a move.
Yeah, another horse that you might want to take a shot on just because of the way the track is playing. Take a look at number 2, Blazing Bow, the debut. Wow, what a race. Horse went to the front, drew off by an easy 7 lengths. Third place finisher, came back to win. Then went in the Golden Boy against Chicago's Gray. Hopped at the start, lost all chance to get near the front end. But now comes into this non-2-lifer. This horse might be able to get the lead, and if it does, might be able to go all the way.
Yeah, that horse lost all chance last time. Looked good first out. The rail speed, the 6 furlong speed for sure is the one. We liked the horse last time. We thought it was pretty much standout. Raced in the stake race, 2 back, ran a real nice race chasing Chicago's Gray. You're not going to beat that horse. We're going to see. I would think there's only one way this horse goes, and that's right to the lead and see if it can handle the distance. You're getting 6-1. We'll get pressure. We'll have to put the speed away and hold off the closers, but the horse has the figures early.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 7, Well Played. Got the win last year in the last start, and so far this year has run well, but it's run against some real tough ones. Saxon Saga, Private Frank, who we seen won today, and was beaten by the 4 and the 6 last time out, but the horse did break slow. So maybe if it breaks a little better, gets better positioning, this horse will have a shot.
For sure, and the long shot in here is the 5 going off at 23-1. Just broke his maiden last time out, battled and got up to win it. I like the comment wore down the rivals, which did. He's a bit of a grinder. He could pick up a share. A high-fi carryover is, like you said, over 4,300 already being bet. nice horse for fourth or fifth for sure to make it pay.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch. What?
Well,
is that?
that is called.
You picked the horse third.
I did, but I like Cookie. Anyway, forget that, Beth. I need your help. The high five carryover. It is an absolute stretch change alert all day
Imagine
long.
that.
Here it is.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. Let's go 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6. With all. 72. I'm taking a shot at it.
That's a lot of 4, 5, 6.
It is a lot of
that
that
going on.
And then while she's doing that, typing it in.
And myself, I'm going 40 to place on number 6, Attaboy Cookie, to try and mow him down late. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 1 mile for $18,000. Number 1 is Properly Connected, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Blazing Bow, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Discovery Peak, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 4 is Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Champion, trained by Shelley Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Sunspot, owned by Sean Morin and John Clement, trained by Sean Morin, with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Attaboy Cookie, owned by Beth Kosh, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 7, Well Played, owned by Anderson Livestock Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 6, approximately 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys go in a mile, which is 8 furlongs. I'm going to look for the closers in the race because potentially there could be a battle up front. I'm going to go with the 3, 11-1. Huge overlay, real good value. Had the start, should be closing late. If does, gets that pace battle, watch out, lights up the board. The potential, the favorite could go to the lead or sit just off. If he sits just off, that makes him super tough. He might even be good enough to handle the duel. I've got 3, 4, and 6. Pay attention. That's my bet in the high 5. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch. I like number 6, Attaboy Cookie. I see pace out of the 1, 2, and 4. And Attaboy Cookie has been getting better since that first start this year. Got the win, ran a good second to the 3-5 favorite Lucky Chucky. So if there is that battle, I think he might be able to close. I do like Lucky Chucky, already won the condition. That's why he's 3-5. And the 3, Discovery Peak, closed from the clouds last time. Another deep closer. I'm giving you 6, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race 6. Properly Connected will be the first to go in. Blazing Bow is next. Discovery Peak steps up and in. The front gates are open for the 4 to 5 favorite, Lucky Chucky. Lucky Chucky will get a little extra help from the gate crew. Lucky Chucky. Now with outrider Antonio Whitehall, he will climb aboard when Lucky Chucky gets into the starting gate. Great job by the gate crew. Lucky Chucky now in. Sunspot goes in. Just 2 left to load. Attaboy Cookie. And just waiting on Well Played to the outside. They're all in, they're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Properly Connected. Hard ridden to get the early lead. In hot pursuit in second, Lucky Chucky. Blazing Bow back to third. Sunspot on the outside in fourth. Well Played close up in fifth. Then Discovery Peak. 6 lengths off it in sixth. And the trailer, Attaboy Cookie, spotting him about 10 lengths. The opening quarter, 23-4, and Properly Connected has secured the lead by a length and a half. Lucky Chucky well restrained in second, moving up 3 wide. Sunspot, Blazing Bow, sitting on the rail in fourth. Well played, moving up in fifth. Then Discovery Peak and Attaboy Cookie can still see them all. The half mile, 48-3. Properly Connected, clinging to the lead. Lucky Chucky moving alongside, also making a move. 3 wide, well played, looking for some space. That's going to be Blazing Bow. They hit the head of the lane, and Lucky Chucky now takes over by 2 lengths. Properly Connected back to second. Blazing Bow making a move in third. On the far outside, Discovery Peak, but this is Lucky Chucky is going to win it. Discovery Peak rallied for second. Third's going to go to Blazing Bow, and fourth to Properly Connected. Stewart's supposed to number 4, Lucky Chucky, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Discovery Peak. Third to number 2, Blazing Bow. Fourth to number 1, Properly Connected. And fifth to number 6, Attaboy Cookie. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48-3. 6 furlongs, 113-4. 7 furlongs, 127-2. Time for the mile, 141. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6. That's number 4, Lucky Chucky. Lucky Chucky is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Birdsong. Out of the mare Blazing Sasha by Langfuhr. Owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Champion. Trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the mile, 141. Congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Classic high five wagering here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 6. Lucky Chucky. Wow, looked like the winner from the 3/8 pole.
It did. Very smart ride by Antonio. Recognized that the 1 was going out, just kind of sat, stalked, and then kind of took over. We talked about the speed carrying, and sure enough, that's what happened. The 3 did make a late close to get up, marked that horse down because of the bias. And then the other thing you can learn of, we both used the 6 a little bit too much on a track that, even though we thought it was going to be a potential speed bias track, you just can't necessarily make up that ground. So really should have probably adjusted it. That stretch change alert, which I did call the wrong numbers and then corrected, probably should have adjusted it even a little bit more and not had the cookie on top.
But that'll be a good horse to
for
bet
next
back.
neck. Correct.
It's going to be good odds next time because it was beaten by several. All right, on to race number 7, Stretch. What do you like?
Okay, do like a horse in here. I'll go to the 2. Talked about this horse. Had a real nice first out, or had 2 races here. And that last race I really did like, was getting to the winner. And I think if he runs that race, should be right there. If you look at the Delta Downs races, there's some pretty good races, especially back in that October 13th race. That's why I did like the horse last time and just lost. Got claimed from Jared Brown, or Jared Brown claimed him, and makes an equipment change, which you don't see too often. The horse, on the past performance lines, all have blinkers, so he must be thinking something's up, that he thinks his horse is going to improve. So I'm going to trust his judgment and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot on number 7, Drum and Bass. First time out, ran a really good second to Bite the Bullet Bro, who ended up going wire to wire, and Club Champ has since come back to win. Then went in a really tough 7,500 wide open, going 7 furlongs. Wasn't disgraced, only lost by 6 3/4. Drum and Bass won't be sitting real close to the pace, but I don't expect it to be that far off it, within 4 or 5 lengths. That gives him a shot at getting it done. And 5-2, not bad odds.
Agree with you. Can't sit too far back. The 3 I've got to throw back in there. I've chased this horse after such a good first race, and then the last 2 did break slow last time. Bit of an excuse. This horse has the back class. If he's feeling it today, watch out, because he would be on the lead and just go gate to wire.
Yeah, another horse to look at. Bombs Away, number 6, Herbie. Ran a big race. Yeah, it was a compact field of 4, but Shooting Money was dropping in from 7,500 to the 4,000 and made quick work of that field at 1-5. Then Herbie, next time out, tried to step it up to 7 furlongs. I don't think liked the distance, gets to cut back to 6, and I think Herbie just might run a big one today at big odds.
For sure. And the other dropper at 11-1 is the 4. It hasn't shown much, but look at last year at this level, or just slightly above, was very good, always in the money and battling. I like that there was at least a workout coming in. So that means maybe Shelley has figured something out with this horse, or just needed to change something up. So that horse certainly has reason to improve, especially at 11-1.
And the 1 Towards the Light offers speed to the race on the inside. Showed speed twice, going 5.5 and 6. But last time out, going 7 furlongs, the horse tried to come off the pace, was beaten by 5 3/4 lengths, but the rail has been dynamite today. If Towards the Light goes out towards the front, 6-1, a little short on the odds board, but definitely one you can throw in.
For sure, and the 5's making a cutback. Obviously, we probably will not see that horse going 2 turns anymore. That didn't work. Wins at long odds, so that might be a horse that helps you make it pay, at least in the money, maybe a 4th or 5th.
And the 8-horse Anello ran a good race first time out, only beaten 4.5. The comeback race was forward in the race, battling it out, and ended up backing up to be beaten by 9. Draws outside in here. Don't expect it to be on the front end. It's probably going to be a rallier, but another one that could get a small piece. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, What do you have?
I'm trifecta chasing, taking the top three kind of droppers in here. The class here is 237 with 237 with 1, 2, 3. Yes, I included your horse 4, 6, and 7.
And myself, I'm going exactors. I'm taking 6 with 1, 2, 3, 7. And I'm going to take it for second. 1, 2, 3, 7 with 6. A $1 one, $8. But I'm taking a $3 one for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Towards the Light, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Aknos, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Diamond Digger, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Freudian Sip, owned by Silver D Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Otani, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Fraser Abley. Number 6 is Herbie, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Sven Balrup. Number 7 is Drum and Bass, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 8, Anello, owned and trained by Bill Kinch with Demario Bino. Post time for race number 7 in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
boys closing out the week, going 6 furlongs. It's the bottom claimers here, haven't won in a while. Let's go to the 2 as my top selection. I think the price is right. This horse has run a couple very nice races here. Should just be stalking, sit just off. Gets a change in equipment. That might be the difference. Others to look at. The 7 will be near the back of the pack trying to close late. The one that could be the speed of the speed, that would be the 3. Could go gate to wire. He's a bit of an unknown, so I'm going to give you 2-7-3 to close it out. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went to number 7, Drum and Bass. Drum and Bass ran a big race, first time out, losing by 3 to a loose speed horse. Jumped up to 75, wide open. That was just way too tough. Now plummets to the bottom. I think that's the perfect spot. I also like number 6, Herbie. Ran big first time out. Went too long, I think. 7 furlongs next time. Cuts back. And I like number 2, Oknos, sitting on a win. 7, 6, and 2 for me. Good luck here in race 7.
It's post time.
Towards the light, the first one in for the nightcap. Aknas, the 6-5 favorite, goes in. Next up, Diamond Digger. Freudian Sip, ready to go in. Next up, Otani. It's now Herbie's turn. Just 2 left to load. Drum and bass. And just waiting on Anello to the outside. Drum and bass a little fractious. Now settle down. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, that's Herbie. Showing good early speed. On the inside, Diamond Digger now takes over as the early leader. Towards the light to the inside. 3 wide, Herbie. Another length back, Freudian Sip and Otani racing together. Then it's back to Anello to his outside, drum and bass, and your trailer will be Aknas. The opening quarter, 23 seconds, and Diamond Digger now with the lead by a length. Back in second, Herbie, 3 wide, drum and bass, making a bold move on the inside. Otani, and towards the light, they hit the head of the lane. Herbie now taking a short lead to the outside. Drum and bass, gonna try and run him down from here. Herbie, drum and bass, has the best stride late. Drum and bass is gonna take it. Herbie's gonna be second best. Anello in third. Fourth to Diamond Digger. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 46 and 3, 5 furlongs 59 and 4, time for the 6 furlongs 112 and 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner. Here in race number 7, that's number 7, Drum and Bass. Drum and Bass is a gray roan gelding, 5 years old, by Liam's Map, out of the mare Decorator by Stormcat, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 4. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now, those on hand, head up to clubhouse for Crazy Hour.
Congratulations,